My apologies, folks. I thought we were live, but we weren't. Mr. McGriffin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I'm on Champion.
Yeah.
Calling case number 2305-7316 for the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Sharia Champion, discharged in count 2, operating while intoxicated, causing death. Count 3, operating license suspended, revoked, denying causing death. Count 4, moving violation causing death.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonoma on behalf of the people, P84189.
Good morning, Judge King. G. Whitney Mac Ripley on behalf of Ms. Champion. I just got off the phone with her, so she should be zooming in. But if we just get another date that the court would like, I'll just wait for her appearance.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your question?
Judge, Miss, I don't want to mispronounce her name, but APA is going to assist me with that flash with the green light. I couldn't open it, was too big. But if she puts on a flash drive or a disk, that should help me. So I'm asking the court if it wouldn't mind putting this out maybe to the 25th. That's not too far out. There's a lot of discovery. I need to go with my client as well at the green light.
You want to adjourn the PCC?
No, the exam on 25th or whenever after that date, or the anytime after the 20th. It's a lot of discovery and I need to have some time to go with my client. And I just got a lot of stuff backed up. I need to sit down somewhere. Yeah. Just sort of booked.
All right, only for you, Mr. McGriffin. August 25th at 10 o'clock.
Appreciate you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, that's the exam date.
Yes.
If it's possible, if not, that's okay. I have a calendar conference at 9 a.m. and then I believe I'm going to have a homicide sentencing on that date. I'm just waiting for Judge Slavin's courtroom because they've switched it and I had no idea. Could we possibly do this on the 29th if that works for the court and defense counsel?
No, I'm not putting it out that far.
Okay.
Later, you can go later in the day if you like.
Yes, that would be good, Your Honor.
11.
What time are you thinking, Mr. Moon?
In the afternoon, if the sentencing does go on the 25th, we'll have an interpreter and it's 2 families. So I anticipate it's going to be a long sentencing.
Okay, we'll do August 30th.
I'm sorry, what time was that, Your Honor?
1:30.
Thank you.
Donald, we continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day and a good weekend.
You too. Good morning, Ms. Diallo. Good morning, Ms. Diallo.
Good morning, Judge. Is it possible to get a breakout room real quick with my client?
Yes, hang on a second.
I appreciate you. Good morning.
Go ahead and join the breakout room. Good morning, Wayne County Jail. What's your name, sir? Sir, in the Wayne County Jail.
Philip Rowland.
And Mr. Rowland's case has been adjourned to August 16th at 8:30 for probable cause conference. His attorney wants to have an opportunity to talk to him about the case and the evidence. You're all set, Mr. Rowland.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm all set, they said.
Rowland.
Okay, Mr. Diallo, you ready?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, we're ready on the right hand.
Case number 2305-823501, Station versus Uni Bradham, defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
Just good morning to you and your staff. Lillian Diallo, P52036, on behalf of Ms. Branham, who's present via Zoom technology with consent.
Mr. Branham, tell me your name and remove your hat, please. You have to unmute yourself.
Yanni
Okay.
Bradham.
All right, what's your pleasure, Mr. Diallo?
Judge, we would ask that this matter be set down for a preliminary exam.
All right, the court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for a preliminary examination.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that.
Hang on a second. We'll set it for preliminary exam on. I was August 18th at 9 o'clock.
Can I have that next week? I'm doing a homicide trial next week. So the,
August-
I'm sorry,
August at 9 o'clock,
August 20th, you said?
21st.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. At 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
It's a pleasure seeing you. Everybody take care. Have a good weekend. Oh, Ms. Drain, send me some discovery, please. I appreciate you.
I will do that. Have a
All
good
righty.
weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're all set, Ms. Brad.
Thank you. All right.
Ms. Khalil.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You made quite an entrance this morning. You're here on Floyd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Case number 2305-824001 for the state of Michigan versus Sunshade Floyd. Defendant is charged with count 1, larceny for 1,000 more but less than 20,000. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Simon Khalil on behalf of the defendant, Sunshade Floyd. Your Honor, I've already spoken with her and I've been texting with her this morning. She expressed difficulty logging in. So I just wanted to apprise the court of that. I don't know if the court can see her on Zoom, but we would just be scheduling this matter for an exam date and then also just waiting on video.
What's your P number?
My P number 76029.
All right. Court will continue to plead not guilty. You're waiving your presence for purposes of this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court waives the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is August 18th at 9 o'clock?
Just one moment.
Determined to give that date time away.
Judge, I'm in Southfield pretty much all morning that day for arraignments and pretrials.
August 16th at 9 o'clock.
I'm in East Point, but Your Honor, if we go back to the 18th date, does the court do these exams like early afternoon or no?
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, yes, that would be perfectly fine.
August 18th at 12 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Finally, continue.
Thank you.
So I think that's it for the probable cause conferences. I think Mr. to Boston on top here. Oh, Lord. First exam is at 10. Why do I have O's and Boston in the back section? Right, so let's expect back section. So who do we have here? That's not. Oh, hey, nine. Yes. I'm trying to put a face with the name now.
Try not to be rude.
Oh, yeah, one of not in custody.
I think he actually, like, see, go by the team.
Ms. Champion, connect your audio. Ms. Floyd? Can you hear me, Ms. Floyd?
Yes.
Hey, man, we just did your case. Your matter's been scheduled for a preliminary examination on August 12th at 12 o'clock noon. That's in person in 36th District Court.
Okay, I had a difficulty connecting. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, see
We'll
you then.
August 12th at 12 o'clock, okay?
Okay.
Have a good day. Ms. Wilmot, why are you here?
You don't want me here, Judge? I'm just kidding. I have a competency review for Olatin Boson.
I thought we did that earlier this week.
No, we did it last Friday, and he was on Zoom by the jail, and the court adjourned it a week for me to follow up with the Center for Forensic Psychiatry. I had been in trial, so I didn't have an opportunity to do that. I did do it though, and he is scheduled for a review evaluation on August 14th. And a new report will follow shortly thereafter. So I don't know if we need to go on the record. I've been in touch with Miss James. She's on her way downtown, so we could just maybe do a new date.
Yeah, why don't you, can you do a stipulated order to adjourn? You said they're gonna reevaluate him on the 14th,
Yes,
okay? And report to follow after that. So I
Yes.
think to make the end of the month. Let's go for August 30th.
August 30th.
Yes.
That sounds good. I'll submit that to Ms. Reynolds.
Don't have to go on the record if I have a stipulated order.
Perfect. I'll get that over. Thank you, Judge. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, thank you. You as well. The court will be in recess at 10 o'clock at first preliminary exam. Sure. William's not here today.
No, she's off today.
So talk last. Rachel.
We had a good thing going on a handful of cases.
Huh?
We had a good thing going on a handful of cases, Mr. Bolton.
Morning.
Hey. How you doing?
Good, way up.
All right. Is Miss Dragon going to be joining us?
Unfortunately, she's not.
She's not.
No.
Oh, no.
Stuck with me.
There's some people here that wanted to meet her. Okay.
I just wanted to call that.
All right.
You said you'll see.
Okay. There, Mr. Postman. How you doing, sir? Good. Judge. Doing good. Wait, so we can get started?
Is he, can I speak to him, please?
All right.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Postman.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready to vote? I objection.
Just I have one second to grab the rest of this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ready, Ms. James?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Daniel Day Coates the second.
Mr. Pope stepped out.
Pardon me, yeah.
Chairs.
Yeah.
Mr. Cole.
Say this a few more minutes. Oh, excuse me, at 10:15.
All right, let's have a defendant.
Yes, sir. Okay, so it's your turn. Okay. You can go ahead and stand next to your
Calling
attorney.
case 2357860, people of Michigan versus Daniel David Holtz II. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 5, kidnapping. Count 6, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 7, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 8, felony firearm. Count 9, felony firearm. Count 10, felony firearm. Count 11, 12, 13, 14, felony firearm. Defendant has an admission from the third offense notice. Answers for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court, Danielle Shamus appearing on behalf of the people, P 75908.
Good morning, Your Honor. It please this honorable court, very important on behalf of Daniel Holtz, who stands to my immediate left. Mr. Holtz, would you state your name for the record, please?
Daniel Holtz. There's date, time, set, plenary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your
Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the meeting?
Honor. 1 to 3, Your Honor.
First witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people have a few housekeeping matters if I may.
Sure.
We request mutual order of sequestration of accession for the officer in charge, Detective James Audie, who is present in the court to my left.
Any objection? All right.
Additionally, Your Honor, people have 2 exhibits to admit preliminarily pursuant to MCL 76611B. The first being Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division laboratory reports. These items were provided to defense counsel in discovery and again this morning. The
Pause
second,
for 1 second.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness and where you log off of this.
thank you, Your Honor. So people's proposed exhibit 1 pursuant to MCL 76611B would be a collective, I believe, 8 lab records, Your Honor. May I publish that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any objections to the admission? I can't object, Judge, it's further in your courtroom, so.
Admitted.
Your Honor, may I read pertinent portions into the record?
Yes.
Thank you. Lab record 1 for case number MD 20-822 received on May 6, 2020 for the victim Camille Durant indicates that items 1C, the labia minora swabs, 1D, the labia majora swabs, 1E, the anal perianal swabs, 1G, mouth lips swabs, 1H, breast swabs, and 1I, neck swabs contain the possible presence of male DNA. Lab record 2 for the same report number and victim Camille Durant indicate the labia minora swab fraction 2 is consistent with multiple contributors, as are the breast swabs. The DNA profile from the labia minora swabs were entered into CODIS, the combined DNA information system on July 9, 2020. Lab record number 3 for MD 20-822 related to Camille Durant indicates a CODIS association. Lab record 4 related to victim Camille Durant received on July 15, 2020 indicates the CODIS association to a consensual program. Lab record 5 for victim Camille Durant indicates item 1G, the mouth lips swabs indicate the presence of spermatozoa, and item 2C, cigarette butts, were retained for further testing. That was authored on December 1st, 2020. Lab record 6 for victim Camille Durant indicates that the previously analyzed item of the labia minora swab fraction 2 was ineligible to be entered into CODIS on October 13, 2020. Lab record 7 for victim Camille Durant indicates that the mouth lips swabs fraction 2 indicate multiple contributors, one being Camille Durant. The cigarette butt cutting excludes Camille Durant as a contributor, and the cigarette butt cutting was entered into CODIS. That was ordered on January 15th, 2021. And lastly, lab record 8 for report number ND 20-822 for victim Camille Durant indicates that a buckle from Daniel David Holtz is sufficient for comparison. Daniel Holtz is excluded as a contributor to the labia minora swab fraction 2. There is very strong support that Daniel Holtz is a contributor to the mouth lip swabs fraction 2, and it is 400 quadrillion times more likely to be Daniel Holtz than an unknown contributor. The analysis of the breath swab was uninformative, but there's very strong support that Daniel Holtz is the contributor to the cigarette butt cutting, 1.4 decillion times more likely that it is Daniel Holtz than an unknown contributor. That report was authored on May 2nd of 2023. The people would indicate for the court that our identification likely will be based on the lab reports. Secondly, Your Honor, People's Proposed Exhibit 2 is a certified register of actions for prior conviction for Mr. Holtz. It is Third Circuit case number 98-009463-01FH for a prior conviction of robbery not armed, which would have prohibited Mr. Holtz from possessing a firearm at the time of the alleged offenses. Again, pursuant to MCL 76611B, people would move to admit.
No objections.
Admitted.
And Humphrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the people would call Ms. Camille Durant.
Good morning, man. Please step forward, tell us your name. Tell the young lady there your name and spell it for her. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat at witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that will be to your level. Thank you. Pull the microphone to your mouth. Maybe get when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Camille Durant.
Ms. Durant, I'm going to draw your attention back to April 26th of 2020. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's quite a long time ago, but do you remember being in the location of Dotson Street around Glendale, in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
I believe so.
On April 26th, 2020, what were you doing that day?
Well, later on that night, I remember when I'm hanging out with my friend who lived fell asleep in the car, and so I was forced to walk home. What it did wrong.
Okay, where were you walking to?
I was walking up Finkel towards Greenfield.
Were you headed to any particular location?
At that time, I was going to the gas station and to see if I could charge my phone.
Do you make it to the gas station?
I didn't.
Is there a reason that you didn't make it to the gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened.
I was approached.
When you're approached, are you approached by a person?
By the man driving, yes.
Do you remember the type of vehicle the man was driving?
It was one of the nice cars. I'm not exactly sure what kind of car.
And I believe you said it was later on at night. Was it dark outside?
It was,
When the man approaches you in the vehicle, what is he doing?
yeah,
What did he do?
he was like trying to talk to me, you know, seeing as I was walking up single. And, that is like a known, like, maybe prostitution area. But then once I informed them that that's not what I was want, like, that wasn't me, or whatever. He then turned like to pull off, but then made a U-turn and came back.
What happens when he comes back?
Got there and straight to go to get inside the car.
Sorry, say that again.
I was instructed to get inside of his car.
When you're instructed to get inside of his car, is he inside or outside of his car?
Inside.
Is there anything that he does other than instruct you to get into the car?
He was talking violent, but he had a handgun in his hand.
Where's the handgun pointed, if you remember?
At me.
Did you want to get into his vehicle?
No.
Did you feel like you had to?
I was, at that point, I was just scared.
When you get into the car, is there anybody else in the car?
No, ma'am.
What does the defendant do? I'm sorry, what does that person do with the gun when you get in the car?
He kept it pointed at me.
Do you stay at that spot?
No.
Where do you go?
He pulled off to another location, like a dead end, maybe with a field.
Are you in the front seat, back seat, included?
Passenger.
Is that the front passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see the person in the car with you who had the gun?
So, yes, seeing as though I do wear glasses, no, I didn't have them on, and it was dark.
Do you think you would recognize that individual again?
I believe so.
If you could stand up and look around the court, could you tell me if you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, yes, you do see that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you point in that person's direction and tell me what that person's wearing?
Right there, green shirt on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant, Mr. Holmes.
So,
Thank you. So when you get to this dead end, like empty field area, tell me what's the first thing you remember happening?
With a gun pointed into my head, I was told to shut his face.
Is that something you wanted to do at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you proceed to comply with that order?
I did.
You say suck his dick. Is there a part of his body that touches a part of your body?
At that time, with the gun to my head, yeah, in my mouth.
And when you're saying dick, I'm sorry, do you mean penis?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
No, that's okay. Does it go past your teeth? His penis?
Yeah.
Is there something that causes that to stop?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll rephrase that. Is there anything that happens that causes you to stop forming oral?
Yeah, when he got out to get in the back seat of the car.
When he gets in the back seat, is he saying anything to you?
Yeah, with the gun pointed at me, I was told to also get in the back seat of the car.
Was there anything else that you were directed to do when you get in the back seat?
Well, when he grabbed the tile off the trunk, I was told not to run and scream or I was going to get shot.
Did you believe you would get shot if you ran or screamed?
Absolutely.
When you get into the back seat of the car, are you fully clothed?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, do you remove any clothing items?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that come to be? How does that happen?
So to take my clothes off, and I did so.
Is the defendant in the back seat with you at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you positioned in that back seat, if you remember?
To take my clothes off, I was sitting up straight.
Where is he in relation to you?
Beside me.
After you take your clothes off, does he say anything else?
Yes.
What does he say?
I was gonna do what he told me to do. I just want to tell you, gonna shoot me. And I was being penetrated vaginally for a while.
When you say penetrated vaginally, what part of the defendant's body touched your vaginal area?
The stairs.
Is there any other part of his body that touched your vaginal area?
No, ma'am.
And when you say penetrated vaginally, did his penis go past the roots of your vagina?
Yes, I do.
Is that something you wanted to have happen at that point?
No, I just wanted to spend at home with my kids.
Is there anything that causes him to stop penetrating your vagina?
Yes.
What was that?
He tried to penetrate me angrily.
When you say try to penetrate you anally, is that with his penis or a different part of his body?
With his penis.
Does his penis get between your butt cheeks?
He tried. And then I just couldn't do. I was willing to almost die at that point.
Is there a reason that you were willing to almost die at that point?
Because that's something really painful that I just wasn't something I've been able to live with.
You said it was really painful. Was it really painful while he was trying to penetrate you anally or a different time?
It was painful upon him trying, and so then that became a threat.
When you say that became a threat, tell me what you mean by that.
It became took his penis away. He wanted me to, or then he will penetrate me anally.
And did you suck his penis again?
Again.
Was this all in the back seat?
Yes, it was.
How are you positioned in relation to the defendant in the back seat while he's penetrating?
Which, I'm sorry.
I'll take it back to the vaginal penetration. How are you positioned with one another?
Everything's on my back.
You're on your back. Is the defendant on top of you, next to you, something different?
On top.
And when he tries to penetrate you anally, are your bodies in the same position as the vaginal penetration?
I mean, I was, on my stomach probably.
When you say probably, is that something you remember?
I'm kind of like mentally probably going to escape there, and so I'm trying to remember exactly. I do remember you're not in pain, and but then it was I didn't want to be there already. And so I mentally displaced myself.
And when you're talking about being in pain, can you tell me what part of your body is in pain?
Maybe sexually, vaginally, and spiritually, I was hurt.
When you say sexually, does that mean any other part of your body other than being vaginally touched?
No.
And this was during the anal penetration?
Just before, and then, like I said, he didn't succeed anally.
After he tries to penetrate you anally, I believe you just testified a moment ago that you were forced to perform oral sex. How are your bodies positioned at that?
believe he's sitting upright, and I am laying on my knees in the backseat of the car.
Do you know where that gun's at that point in time?
Touching my head.
How are you speaking?
Just us, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Was that the last time that you had to engage in a sexual act?
Yes.
Tell me what happens after you're done performing oral.
Whether he finished or not, I was told to get out of his car with the gun still pointing at me. And I began to just plead to be able to just walk away and not get shot.
Did you feel like you were going to get shot?
I did.
Did the defendant make any threats to shoot you?
He just kept saying, you know, back away from the car. Back away from the car.
Did he tell you anything else?
It's just they get away from the car when he shoot you. I thought I was going to left of the field. And he pulled right over, tore it up.
Do you know if he ejaculated at any of the times that he tried to hit you?
No, I'm not sure.
Was there any other part of his body that touched any of your body?
No, ma'am.
When you are told to get out of the back of his car, are you fully clothed at that point?
No, I have my clothes on there.
Is there anything else that you do when you get out of the back of his car?
Bag up, into the field, still watching the gun.
And I know this happened quite a while ago. How's your memory of this event?
Almost clear.
Almost. After you back out of the field, where do you go?
Once we pulled off, I immediately called my mom, and it's a field, so I walked through the field to the next street. Because I was talking to my mom, and my phone was on 3%, just trying to get some contact with someone. I'm still trying to watch my surroundings just in case he came back.
Are you able to make contact with your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone else that you talked to that night?
The officer doing his thing.
When the officers found you, tell them everything that happened? That to the best of your ability at the time?
I'm so happy that someone had came. I'm not sure. I know I talked to them at the hospital.
How do you get to the hospital?
I'm not sure the EMS or the officer.
When you see the officers with can you tell me how you're feeling emotionally at that point?
I was a little relieved.
When you go to the hospital to have an examination,
I did.
did they take swabs of your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they ask you questions about what happened?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Rand, when you're in the back of the vehicle, did you think you were going to survive? You're not having no further questions at this point.
Cross examine. Mr. Ray, you had a statement that you made to the police?
Yes, sir.
Is this statement in your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to your testifying here today, is that correct?
What I could get through of it, yes.
Pardon?
What I could get through of it, yes.
But it was given to you to read. And so once you read it, is all the information contained in there correct?
Yes.
And you dated it and signed it at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And so, who did you have discussion with about this incident?
The detectives, my mom.
Did you ever talk back to your friend that you were with that evening?
When I did talk back to him, I let him know what happened and then she apologized for that happening.
And so,
But I did tell him that his DNA would be found because I was with him prior to that incident that day.
so you told him that his DNA would be found.
Yeah,
And what is his name?
I don't know his name.
You know his name? So when you contacted him and told him what was going on, how did you contact him?
He had called me afterwards apologizing for falling asleep on me and I couldn't get back home.
So he called you on your phone,
Yeah,
the same phone that you had that evening.
yeah,
And you have do you have the same number now?
I do.
Okay, who's your carrier?
Yes.
And he called you on the 26th or the next day,
It was the next day.
or 27th? No, were you on a date with this other individual that evening?
I was home, a friend of mine, a friend I had just met with someone else.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Oh, a friend I had met with someone else.
Okay, so the person that we're talking about that fell asleep because he was drunk was somebody that you had just met?
Yeah, I had just met. I know with him a couple of times.
So you mentioned something earlier about that area being a known area for prostitution.
Yes, sir.
You were aware of that?
Yeah, I've known her all my life.
You weren't out there having sex with money that evening, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Can you describe the weapon for me?
I just know it was a handgun, not too sure what kind of gun.
Can you tell me what the individual had on? What they were wearing?
All black.
So when you say all black, black shirt,
Black shirt, black hat.
the individual had a hat on?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of that? Was it a baseball hat?
Like a skull.
A skull?
Yeah.
Be able to see the individual's body.
Not really, no.
Did you see any tattoos?
No.
Did you see any scars?
No, I didn't.
No markings that were distinct to you in reference to this individual's body?
Just facial hair.
Okay, and describe the facial hair.
Like the hair on the sides, I think.
Okay, so he had hair on the sides like a beard?
Yes.
Was there a mustache?
Yes.
Was the mustache connected to the beard?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Okay. Can you describe the vehicle, please?
It was like one of the two little cars, either it was like one of the nice fast cars. I believe it was black. It did have school. It was decorated like with all. I'm sure it was a scroll on the back of the trunk. It might have been a scroll inside of the vehicle.
Okay. Might have been a scroll inside the vehicle. Could you tell me where the scroll inside the vehicle would be located?
Somewhere along the dash.
In the dash?
Somewhere along the dash. Yeah.
And do you know about how large that, scroll was in the dash?
I'm not sure. I'm very in my hand.
What about the one on the, you said it was one on the exterior of the car too?
Yeah, like on top of the trunk. I believe, yes, sir.
And how big was that scroll?
No bigger than the palm of my hand.
So they were about the same size?
I believe so.
And it's one on the, is it the center of the trunk or is it on the back?
It's just on top of the center of the trunk.
Okay, on the top of the center of the trunk, and the other one is on the dashboard.
I believe so.
You was shown some photos recently of individuals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was Mr. Hunt's photo, one of the photos you were shown?
I'm not sure, but I believe so.
And then today you come in and say, this is the individual.
Yes.
But you were showing those photos prior to coming here today, right?
I was saying that's the individual as far as that date of the incident.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you about the photos that you saw prior to this.
And like I said, I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
Did you pick somebody out in the photos that you saw?
What I believe to be, yes, I did, the closest to my memory on the photo, yes.
Okay. And those photos that you looked at, did those individuals have on hats?
I don't think so, no.
And did you ever see, on the evening of this incident, did you ever see that individual without a hat on?
No, I didn't.
Okay. How long did this incident last?
I'm not sure.
You think it was 30 minutes?
And I said, I'm not sure.
Have you been smoking any marijuana already?
Yes.
Have you been ingesting any illegal substances such as heroin, cocaine, fentanyl?
Yeah, I had some cocaine.
Had you consumed alcohol lately?
Maybe a beer, yes.
And you've already testified that you wear glasses, but you didn't have them.
Correct.
You were asked about your memory, and you believe that your memory is relatively quick.
Yes, sir.
Now, in terms of cooperation, when you first met with the police, did you cooperate?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them everything that you knew and that went on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them about the individual that was drunk and?
Fell asleep and couldn't get it home.
Yes.
I did.
You told them about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so how far had you walked from where this individual was in front?
Maybe about, not even 3 blocks,
Okay.
not even 2 blocks.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police, did you tell them that in 3 blocks over, the guy that I was with, that
They fell asleep.
they fell asleep?
Yes, I did.
So you told them exactly where he was?
I told them that they were a couple blocks away. They weren't concerned with.
Well, you can't tell me what they were concerned with. I mean, because.
But I said, I told
My
them
question-
you were a few blocks away.
That's my question. You know, that you gave that information.
I did.
Do you know if they've ever, police have ever spoken to him that evening?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Since that incident, You've spoken to him. Are you still in communication with him?
He's in jail.
And sitting here today, you still don't know his name?
His nickname was Reg. We don't, I don't know whether to call him by his government name. If no one call him by his government name, he has a nickname.
And you don't know what his government name is?
No.
How'd you find out he was in jail?
For relevance.
Same.
I don't think I have any additional questions this time, but
Any redirect?
Yes, John. I believe you just testified, Mr. Rand, about the things that you told the police and the person who was about 3 blocks away. Do you remember those questions?
Like I said, I just told him that the dog my parents was always late, and he fell asleep. I was, get yelled at by my mom on the phone to get home, and so I was trying to make my way home, whether he was gonna take me home or not.
And when you're telling the police this, are you more concerned with that or with what just happened to you by the defendant?
I was just still, in shock that I was even still able to talk to anybody.
And you testified on cross that you weren't really able to see his body. Do you remember those questions about markings or tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. So when the defense attorney asked you if you saw scars or tattoos, did you see any part of his body that you can remember?
Just, I mean, I don't know, it's actually it was dark. I barely could see his face.
So when you said that you don't remember tattoos or scars, is it that you couldn't see his body or that you did not see them?
Yeah, all black, and at that point, I wasn't concerned with his body or any, my main concern still was to get home to my kid.
Thank you.
no additional questions. Now, the person you pointed out here in court today, did you know him on that day?
I did.
All right. Have you ever had consensual sex with him?
No.
Have you ever had consensual oral sex with him?
No.
Questions based on my questions?
No, you're right.
None. Thank you, man. Yes, sir.
No, you're right.
Any witnesses for the defendant? This time, no, Judge. People.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people would move to bind over on every count with the exception for count 2. And I believe would be count 9 would be the corresponding felony firearm. People do not believe we've met our burden as it relates to digital penetration that is enumerated in count 2 and the corresponding felony firearms to go along therewith. Beyond that, I do believe we've met our burden to a probable cause standard that Ms. Durant testified credibly. She testified to the other forms of penetration, being in a vehicle with a gun pointed at her the entire time, not wanting to get to the car, feeling like she was going to die, not wanting to engage in these sexual acts with the defendant. And I believe we certainly met our burden. I reserve anything else for rebuttal. Thank you.
Well, Judge, without argument, I would leave it to the court's discretion as to whether or not the people in the room. Court is satisfied that people haven't met their burden of probable causes, so that's the count. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause will be dismissed
court will dismiss counts 2 and 9 in sufficient evidence. There's no testimony that this witness was digitally penetrated. And the accompanying felony firearm will be dismissed as well with that. Court finding those charges are committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed relying within over to Wayne County 37 for criminal proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be August 18th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you.
Need to dismiss it for counts 2 and 9. Thank you, Judge. Oh, yes. Exchange to exhibits. Thank you. Take that off your head.
You hear me? It's not ready yet. It's paperwork.
Are they going to take him down?
They take him straight down now.
Oh, well, then I'll stay.
Oh, but you know, the prosecutor's office is the shame.
I did.
Shame.
Shame, shame.
Yeah.
But you know, again and again, man,
I know.
they don't get it.
It's called the brain.
They don't get it.
Beyond Cersei. Did I say that right?
Yeah, good morning.
Only case 2358128, people says Mr. versus Beyond Cersei. Been discharged with count 1 assault for dangerous weapons, count 2 assault for dangerous weapons, count 3 and 4 felony firearms, count 5 weapons, firearms, possession by the felon, count 6 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Gabriel for the people, P. 86743.
Your Honor, may please this honor report. No report on behalf of Davion Cersei, who stands in my immediate left. Mr. Cersei, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, beyond Cersei.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed. The complaining witness was notified. I spoke to her this morning. She told me she was on her way, complaining witness named Sierra Rowland. She is not present in the courtroom, and I am unable to proceed without her testimony.
Based upon that, Judge, I would make a motion that the matter be dismissed. I've explained to my clients that dismissal without prejudice if the court dismisses this one. All right, given that this matter was scheduled for 10:15, the time is now 11:07. Final witnesses go to appear. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sir, take a step up.
Judge, you got class here, man? You holding class?
No, these are actually some YouTube viewers. Some have traveled from Georgia to California just to come here and meet us. One of the best attorneys we have here in Wayne County, very focused. Officer of the court and the gentleman.
You are good?
I just emailed you, Sure.
Ms. Brown's attorney was downstairs talking to her in detail.
Okay. Good morning. How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right. Ready on the civil ground?
And I have not spoken to the defense.
Mr. Graziani, I was downstairs. His client, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
So I'm not sure if, everybody's here if he wants to do the exam, but I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do or. Bye, everyone. Have a good issue.
See you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Oh, she had.
You doing here, Ms.
Morning,
Martin?
Judge, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You got a couple seconds?
Yes, ma'am. 1,000, 1,000.
Hold on a second. You been all right? You don't need to talk to me no more. I'm through with you. I know. I'm always working at the door, not at the desk, so I don't get a chance to do the paperwork now. I might come down there for the day of work. All right. You got an F. She's up. Word up.
Okay, let me see what. Is she in the back? She's right there. Okay. Hi, oh, thank you, officer, I'm sorry.
No, you go back here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hi. First one. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. Hello, Judge, thank you.
Are you ready, sir?
We're gonna be waiving, Judge.
Oh, no. Let's just stand
Sorry
next
for
to the
putting you through all this.
No problem.
I will.
Sign the waiver form for me.
Thank you, Judge.
That exam from earlier this week finished.
Oh,
And
yes.
did it back over?
Yes. Thank you, officer.
Calling case 2358076 for state of Michigan versus Civil Teresa Brown. In this charge from count one assault with a dangerous weapon, count two vulnerable adult abuse, third degree. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P 78815.
John Graziani, attorney on behalf of Civil Brown, P number 43387. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Tell me your name for the record.
Civil Brown.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination, Mr. President.
Yes, Judge, after discussing this matter further with Ms. Brown, she wishes to waive this preliminary examination. I explained all the rights associated with the preliminary examination, and as a result of discussion, Ms. Brown wishes to waive the preliminary examination. She also understands that we send over to the felony division of Wayne Circuit Court, which is Fresno Criminal Justice. Is that correct, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one when you found over to Lane County for the circuit court as you stand charged with the complaint form. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably caused to be committed.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly voluntarily, or therefore binding the defendant over to Lane County Federal Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be August 18, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Following.
Judge, regarding the bond, if you will give me a moment to address it. She receives SSI about $910 a month, $914 a month. She has ties with a daughter in Detroit on Rutherford Street. And there'd be a little bit of room. I'm simply asking for the opportunity for Heather.
Sure, that she's on the personal bond, personal bond.
I was just gonna ask, what the bond amount was, because I was confused about why she was still in custody.
Judge, I've been told it was 5,000. That's why I made the request, and I apologize. And for that reason, why she even in there, you know.
Maybe she's waiting on the telephone.
Speak up.
They nobody come talk to me all period. I would have bought myself out. I had the money. Nobody came and said I could get out of jail. So I just sent it to my court.
You have a residence?
I wanted to go to my sister. That's what I want.
That may be the problem, because they don't have a place to tell her she's on the telephone.
Are you indicated to me, Ms. Brown, that
want to my sister. That's the only one that I that's why I said.
Judge, I would like for Ms. Brown to have some options. I just think it's not this court's fault, but because of her tenuous contacts with her relatives, that she should at least have a place, if not there, to homeless shelter, like essentially Team Jefferson, if possible. Judge, there's no reason for her to be locked up with this.
They're not going to release her without a stable residence.
Understood, Judge.
So as soon as she can supply that, I'm sure they can get a tether for her, she can be released. But until that time, this is the present situation.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
I'll be in touch with you. Can I talk with her for a few moments?
She's gonna go downstairs.
Okay, then, thank you, sir. Everyone have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks.
I'll be back at 1:30.
Okay, thank you.
Civil Brown.
Yeah.
Carl. Okay.
My mom says, I got.
You got another guy coming up, right? Carlton, he's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have Mr. Anderson here?
Yes.
Okay, great. How about the prosecutor?
Yes.
Wow.
Good.
I'm glad you found
What's next? What's going on? Yeah, so far.
And just ask you to have a seat for a few moments. What's your date of birth?
I mean,
Okay.
Hey, Ms. Anderson.
Yeah.
Friday, right?
We made it through the week.
Come on, let's come in front of the bench.
Oh. I have to get up. This one. Sorry, I just hear you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, behind it. We're gonna have this one, it's gonna be all in the way. This is gonna be all in the way. Yeah, let the short ones up front.
No, let's go. Move in close.
Yeah, blank.
Nope, not this.
Yeah, send a good one.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, guys, what city in here? Oakland, okay. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Daniel Carl.
Let's go, sir.
Stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2357803, Equal State Division versus Nathaniel Carlson. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Mosisi on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service 548 P85191 on behalf of the Dana Carlton, Vice President, Clerk to the left, Sir Carlton, decision.
Carlson. There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We're ready.
How many witnesses for the case?
One.
Are you witness?
The judge, the people call Ebony Miller.
And please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. So that no one can have a seat. Speak nice and loud into that microphone. Okay? Make your ready.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ebony Miller, EBONI, last name MILLER.
Okay, and Ms. Miller, were you previously known by another name?
Yes,
And what was that name?
Ebony Miller,
Can you spell that as well?
Ebony EBONI, last name RHOD.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just gonna ask you several questions. If you can please answer verbally into the microphone to make sure that everything is picked up, so no or shaking of your head, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna take you back to December 16th, 1999. Did something happen to you that day that brings you to court?
Yes, I was right.
Okay. Do you recall how old you were in December of 1999?
I was 17.
And where were you residing at the time?
With my great grandmother on Colfax.
On what, I'm sorry?
On Colfax Street.
Okay. Can you spell that, please?
COLFAA.
Okay. And was that in Detroit?
Yes,
How long had you been residing at that address with your grandmother?
for almost 30 months.
Were you familiar with the area?
Yeah.
And on that date, on December 16th, 1999, what were you doing that day?
Well, the start of the day, I went to work. I worked at White Castle. After work, I met up with a supposedly friend of mine. We were supposed to go and hang out later on that night. She told me we were gonna go to a motorcycle.
Okay, and that friend of yours, who was that?
Her name was Tyra.
Tyra, can you spell that, please?
TARA.
Okay, and did Tyra have a last name that you're aware of?
She has a last name I don't know.
Okay, and where did Tyra live? Was it the same neighborhood as you or something else?
She stayed 3 doors down from me.
And how did you get to know Tyra?
She was a friend of my cousin's when I came to live with my great grandmother. They were hanging out. And my cousin was really young, and she was older. She had a baby and things already. I felt like by me at my age, I was pretty much on my own there. We should be friends instead of them. So we started hanging out.
Okay, when you say she's older, how old was she at the time back in 1999?
I believe either 20 or 21.
Okay. And so you indicated that at some point on that day, you and Tyra are hanging out. Do you recall roughly what part of the day that would have been?
It was nighttime. Actually, it had already gotten dark already. So I would say at least by 9, close to 10 o'clock.
Okay, and what were you guys doing when you were hanging out or initially?
we were with two guys.
Okay,
They came and picked me up, her and the two guys picked me up from my home. We got in the car and they drove to another house.
okay,
I thought we were supposed to go straight to, the place where we were going. But what she said was that the place wasn't open yet, because it was like after hours. So we had to wait.
okay. And when you say that place we were going to, what place was that?
I believe we were supposed to go to Newport.
Okay, and that was that motorcycle
Yeah.
event? Okay. And so were you and, Tara at your house prior to you leaving?
Yes, actually, she had came down while I was still getting myself together to go with her. But when she told me that the guys had pulled up outside, she left out my house and went out there.
Okay, and, again, sorry, how many, guys were in that car that picked you up?
Two.
Okay. Did you know those guys at the time?
No.
Did you know what they were, did you know what their names would have been?
No.
Okay. Did Tyra know those guys?
She knew them.
Okay. And the two of you get into that same car with those two men?
Yes.
And where are you sitting in that vehicle?
In the back seat.
And where, you mentioned that the car takes you somewhere else. Where do you go instead?
First, we got on the freeway as if we were going far. We come off the freeway shortly after, and we pulled up to this house that was like next to a field.
Okay, can you describe the house?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a two-family flat. Okay, but it was a big white house, and it was next to a broke down, I want to say, ice cream shop. In the field.
And then the field. And this home, do you remember where it was located, like roughly what cross streets or intersections?
I found out after the situation that it was right on Hazelnut and Milford.
Okay, you said Hazelnut and what, I'm sorry?
Hazelnut and Milford.
Hazelnut. And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
In Wayne County?
Yes.
Thank you. So what happens once you arrive at that location?
We all went up, me, her, and the guy, we all go upstairs to this room where there's like 5 or 6 other guys sitting and they would watch TV, smoking and drinking, whatever not. So they said we could sit down and chill. So that's what I did.
Okay, did you know any of the other people there other than Tyra?
No.
Okay, and when you originally entered the home, was there anyone else in the residence, like on the first floor, other than the upstairs?
Yes, it was, I don't know who family it was, but it was like kids down there. It was an elderly lady down there.
Okay.
And I could hear her talk.
Okay, and you guys went upstairs?
Yeah.
Can you describe what that upstairs looked like?
I can only describe the rooms that we were in. Okay. And then we went up some long stairs. And when we got there, it was like I guess to the left of it was the room where all the people were sitting watching TV. The other doors were like closed off. So I didn't see anything else, just built in the room.
Would you describe that room as like a bedroom, living room, or something else?
It was a bedroom.
And did you know whose residence you were actually at?
It was the guy Bill residence.
Okay. And so at this point, do you know or learn any of the names of the individuals that are with you?
Yeah, Tyra introduced me to Nate.
Okay.
That's Bill. It was another guy who was there. I can't remember his name, but she introduced me to him. And it was like they were going around the room saying what's up and stuff like that, but nobody else really gave me their name. They just were saying hi and things like that.
Okay, and so you identified Nate, Nuts, and Bill. Out of those 3 individuals, were any of them the people that picked you up in the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall who it would have been at that point?
Yes, it was Nate and the, guy that I didn't get the name.
Okay.
Her was supposed to be his girlfriend.
Okay. So Tyra supposedly knew one of these other guys as her boyfriend.
Yeah, they were supposed to be, because it was like we were supposed to be going on a double date, but that didn't happen.
Okay, and so what do you mean by that? What do you mean it was supposed to be a double date?
When we were sitting in the room talking, when she introduced me to the guy, then she told me that, you know, he likes to be.
Hold on a second. Sustain.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So, you can't state what anyone else told you, just
Okay.
your own experience. So what is it in did you observe or know that led you to believe it was a double date?
Well, I was talking to the guy Nate.
Okay.
After I was introduced to him.
Okay.
It was like we were just, I guess you can say getting close in associate.
Okay.
I didn't really take to any other guys there.
Okay.
And Nate seemed like he was, nice. So we were just, sitting there kicking, talking, laughing, watching TV.
Okay.
Along with everybody else.
Okay, and at some point does Tara leave or is she there the whole time?
She left shortly after we got there. They were supposed to be going to the store, her and the guy who she introduced me to.
Okay.
She said they were going to the store and she was supposed to be checking on her son and that they were coming right back.
Okay, and did she ever return to your knowledge? Did you ever speak to her? Okay, and so at that point when Tara leaves, what do you do or what's going on?
And at first I was just sitting watching TV, we were still smoking, watching TV. I did ask after a little while had passed by, and she left. And they told me that she was coming back, that she had to go check on her son.
Sustain.
So after she was supposed to be checking on her son, I'm just gonna sit there waiting.
Okay.
Because she was coming back.
And
that was my only route.
Okay, and at that point when you're in that, are you still in that same bedroom area you described?
Yes.
And so who else is with you now there?
Two of the guys left. So it was me, Nate, Bill, the guy who left, and there was another like heavy-set guy. He was there, but he left shortly after that too.
Okay, so is there anything going on between you and Nate at this point?
Not at that point. It was a little while went by when I could hear the lady tell the guy Bill, she yelled for him because she was saying it was too loud upstairs. The TV up there. She asked him to turn the TV down, and she said, whoever you still got upstairs, they don't have to leave.
So what do you do in response?
He came, the guy Bill came upstairs and he told us, he said, keep it down. He said, in a little while, she gonna try to tell y'all gotta go. He said, but just keep it down and she might not say anything. And we were up there laughing and talking and everything.
So at this point, it's a little bit before 11 p.m. to your recollection?
I don't know at that time because she didn't, at that time, the lady hadn't yelled out anything.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
She just called him downstairs.
Okay, and so you mentioned at some point later, you and Nate are, you have your own interaction. What does that look like?
The guy Bill, after the lady, she yells up to the stairs because they were wrestling around. The guys were, and she yelled up there. She said, "It's almost 10:45. No company gotta go home." So at that time, he told us to go into the next room. Me, Nate, and Bill.
Okay.
Me, Nate, and Bill. Bill went downstairs, I guess, to talk to the lady to try to get her to think that everybody was gone. While we were in the room, Nate and I stepped out on the balcony.
Okay.
The guy left, he was still inside the room that we were in. So while we were on the balcony, we were talking and, we were touching each other. We kissed a couple times and the door opened up to the balcony. When the door opened up to the balcony, it was the guy next telling us that we could come back into the room. We get back into the room, he left out the room, the guy next left out the room. Me and Bill were still in the room. I mean, Nate was still in the room.
Okay.
While we were in the room, we were like up against the wall, we were still talking, kissing, and finally we each other.
So I'm just gonna stop you right here. At this point, is your interaction with, who you identified as Nate, consensual? Were you actively engaging in that sort of flirtatious behavior with him?
Yes.
Okay. What was he saying anything to you at that point?
We were just really talking about having sex, and he was saying like he wanted to, know me further than that night.
Okay, and what was your response to that?
I was fine with it, as long as, that's what we were had going on.
Okay, and what was your impression of Nate at that time?
That we were at least cool enough to be doing what we were doing. And I thought we were gonna have interaction with each other after the fact.
Okay. And so what happens next?
The guy, Nate, we were standing up against the wall. And he had like his hand on the wall, and we were still talking and kissing. When the guy, Bill, and Nuts, they come back into the room.
Okay.
When they come back into the room, I guess from me and Nate's conversation, whenever Nuts heard me and him talking about, he must have related it to Bill, because when they came in the room, they told me.
Sorry.
There's an objection, I'm going to stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
When they come into the room, they tell me that if I was gonna have sex with
Hearsay. Judge, I do think that this is not hearsay. She's not saying it for the truth of the matter, sir. She's saying what's gonna, as someone who is hearing it and then her reaction to what happens.
So for the effect on this.
Correct.
I'll take it back.
Thank you. Go ahead, you can say that.
they told me that if I was gonna have sex with him, that I had to have sex with all.
Okay, so at this point, what are you thinking? What are you feeling?
I told Nate I was not having sex with him, and I was not having sex with either one of them, and I asked her where Tyra was because I wanted to go.
Okay, so did you agree with that statement that was made to you about if you were gonna have sex with one of them, you would have sex with all of them?
No.
Okay, so what happens after that statement is made?
But I kept on trying to get out the room.
Okay.
They wouldn't let me get to the door. They were putting me back, like, putting me back in front of the door, pushing me up against the wall. They still following me. The other guy, next, he started filling on me. The guy, Bill, was standing off to the side as they were wrestling with me up against the wall. He left out the
Sorry,
room
I would just
because
ask
of-
that there's 3 individuals involved, I would ask that we not use the word they collectively, if there's individual behaviors going on.
Just so we know exactly what it is you're talking about, use names where you're possible.
Okay. When some kind of way, the guy, Bill, ended up back out the room. While I'm inside the room still with Nate and that, they're like, we fighting, literally physically fighting with each other. They're still trying to like get me.
When you say they, are you referring to Nate?
Nate and that,
Okay.
trying to still get me to be sexual with them.
Okay.
I'm fighting with them.
When you say, I'm sorry.
They start fighting with Nate and then Bill, I don't know if it was the ruckus or whatever was going on, but he comes back into the room and while it's like I'm being wrestled around, so I'm trying to scratch and punch, and he comes in and he gets me in my face, and knocks me into, it's like this dresser that I was in.
Okay, when you say he, that's Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you are saying you're fighting, can you explain what that entails? Because that can mean a lot of different things. What exactly is happening?
I'm punching at them, they snatching on me, choking me, slapping me, punching me, they throwing me around the room, trying to keep me from the door.
Okay. And so at this point, when Bill comes in and knocks you out, what happens to you?
I don't exactly know, after he punched me, I know when I came to, it was Nate on top of me, Bill was standing, like he had my arm back, he had, his pants was down already. The guy, nuts, had his genital trying to stick them in my mouth.
Okay,
I started fighting again.
okay. And you said Nate is on top of you, so let's focus on Nate specifically. Nate is on top of you, what is he doing?
He was hungry.
He was what?
He was hungry.
Okay, were you aware of your clothing at this point?
Yeah, they were ripped.
So how were they ripped?
They had ripped my jeans from like the seam of where the zippers ended all the way to like the seam in the back.
Okay, so you indicated they were jeans, were you wearing jeans at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and what about, which kind of shirt were you wearing?
I had a t-shirt.
A t-shirt, and did anything happen to your t-shirt?
My t-shirt was like, you know how you can stretch it out, it was just like really stretched out.
Okay, and then what about your underwear? Do you know if or anything happened to your underwear?
My underwear was missing.
Okay. And when you said he was humping you, can you describe what that specifically entailed?
He was intercourse.
Okay, and so what part of his body was making contact with your body?
His fingers were making contact with my vagina.
Okay, and did it actually penetrate into your vagina?
Yes.
Okay, and so when that's going on, you also are noticing that other individuals are holding you down?
Yes, they were holding me down, choking me, trying to get me to slip their genitals. And I was able to get one hand free while I was scratching at Nate's face. He got up, and then the other guy, Nut, he got on, and Bill at that point was choking me, trying to get me to be quiet.
Okay. At any point, does any other part of Nate's body make contact with your body?
Yes.
And what is that?
His penis.
Okay.
He was trying to stick his penis into my mouth, and I was biting at him.
Okay, so when you were biting, does that mean his penis was able to pass your lips?
It touched my lips.
Okay. Did it just touch your lips, or did it penetrate into your mouth?
He was trying to stick his genitals in my mouth. Once he got inside my mouth, I bit down, he moved away.
Got it. Okay. Do any of the other men that were, actually, let me take a step back. So you have specifically described 3 individuals that were assaulting you. Do you remember or recall any other individual that would have been involved during that encounter, even if you didn't know who they were?
I couldn't physically see anyone but them.
Okay. And when this is happening, are they saying anything to you? And if they are, sorry, let me take a step back. Is Nate saying anything to you at this point?
I don't remember any conversation. I was too busy fighting and wrestling with me. I don't remember too much conversation that was going on.
Okay, and you mentioned that there were some people downstairs. Does anyone hear you?
Yeah.
Speculation, Judge.
It was.
Suspect.
Judge,
She can't tell if someone else heard it.
Judge, I think based on certain actions, her testimony would show that someone would have heard her.
She can't testify as to what someone else
Heard,
heard.
okay.
Just raise the question.
Okay, did the assault at some point end?
Yes.
And how did that assault end?
This little boy burst in the door.
Okay.
And he asked them.
So without saying what he said, so someone enters into the apartment?
Yes.
Or sorry, into the room? Okay, and at that point, what happens?
The little boy asked what was they
Objection, hearsay.
Judge, again, I think it's the effect on the listener. It's not being introduce the
So the
matter.
question again?
Say that again?
What's the question again?
Well, I asked what happened, and she said a kid entered the room and started saying something.
So based on what was said, what happened?
Say that again?
Based on what was said, what happened?
Yes.
That's all what was said.
Okay, based on what was said, what happens then?
The guy Bill, he got up, he went out the room, told, I guess he went down wherever the other people were. It's like everybody got up and started scattering, and Bill, he come back in the door, and he tell Nate and Nate to get this bitch out of here before I kill.
Okay, and so what do you do? Based on what you hear, what do you do?
I jumped up, immediately ran out the door.
Okay.
They went down the stairs behind me and opened the door, and I ran out the house.
Okay, and so when you run out the house, can you describe what your physical appearance looked like?
My clothes was ripped up. I was bleeding, so I had blood all over my shirt. My shirt was like pulled where my breast was kind of exposed. I had a like burn mark on my thighs from them ripping my clothes. When Bill punched me in the face, it actually like instantly swelled my eye. So the back of my head was kind of like lumped up, like I had kind of swollen because when you hit me, I hit the back of my head. I was just nervous, scared, and trying to get away from it.
Okay, and so where do you go?
I ran just straight up the street. I didn't really even know what street I was on until I got to the main intersection, and I realized I was on
Tireman?
Yes.
And was that street familiar to you?
Yes, that street was familiar to me because it's a grocery store. I used to go there all the time.
Okay, so once you kind of situate yourself, where do you go?
I went to my friend Trina's house because she stayed before my grandmother's block. So that was the first place I could get to where I felt like I was safe.
Okay, and were you still running this entire time?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get into you at your friend's house, what was going through your mind after what you just experienced when you left?
I just couldn't believe that they did me like that. And I couldn't believe that they put that to me. Because I felt like Tyra knew how, they were. And I really felt like she left me there for that to happen to me. I thought that he was kind of like me. I didn't realize that this is, something that would have happened.
Okay, and when you say he was liking you, who do you mean?
Nate.
Okay. And so when you get to your friend's house, what, if anything, do you do?
I opened my door. She opened the door for me. She said my face and everything. They called my sister and they called the police.
Okay, so at some point, do you see your sister?
Yes.
And how do you see your sister?
My sister came to the hospital with me.
Okay. Do you see your sister before you go to the hospital? Do you remember?
Yes, because the police, when Trina called the police, they asked if they wanted to pick me up from her house. And my sister told me to come over her house so she could go to the hospital with me.
Okay, so you go to your sister's house?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you talk to the police before you go to the hospital or something else?
I did talk to the police because when the police got to my sister's house, they wanted to know what happened.
Okay. And did you disclose to the police what happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you disclose to your sister what happened?
Yes.
And then at some point you mentioned you go to the hospital.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was? Was it immediately after or the next day or something else?
No, it was immediately after.
Okay. Do you recall what time it might have been?
No.
Okay. If I told you that the reports indicate that you went the next day on the 17th, would you agree with that or would you disagree?
If it was the next day, it had to be after midnight. Like, no.
Okay. Okay, and when you went to the hospital, do you recall which hospital you went to?
I believe they took me to sign out grace.
Okay, and when you went to Sinai Grace, what did you do there? Did you go through any sort of examination?
Yes.
And what
They gave me a rape test.
okay, and what did that entail, the rape kit?
They tested me for anal penetration. They took my clothes. They gave me a blood test, and they gave me a pap smear.
Okay. How did you feel when this was happening to you?
I was disgusted.
And why do you say that?
Because they had to stick things in my anus. All these different probes that they had to use for the, for the test itself. Then just the fact that I had to tell them again what was going on, what happened. And then after the fact, I had to talk to the social worker.
So you told the doctor and nurse and then social worker what happened as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of injuries or injuries you would have had at the hospital?
They said that I have.
No, just not what they said, what you.
Yeah.
What you.
My bones in my eyes was broken. Okay. They still working. I had black eye. I had marks around my neck from being choked. I had burn marks on my thighs from the ripping my clothes. And my hair, I had a little like gash in my head from when I hit my head.
Yes, I'm sorry. And I'm almost done. I'm sorry, I know this is very lengthy. And so after you left the hospital, did you ever hear from the police again?
No, I didn't hear from them. I went to them.
Okay. And then when you went to them, did anything happen in regards to your incident that you reported?
Yes. I went to sex crime and they took pictures. They asked me about the incident. I explained to them what happened.
And did you identify the individuals we just talked about today?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point later, did you ever hear about your case again?
No, I went to sex crime off and on for years after.
Okay.
I tried to get them either to go to the residence where it was because I didn't know their name. They were asking me for names like these were my friends, and I did not know them.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, that you know of, did anything happen with your case?
He told me that they would go pursue it, and here we are now.
Okay, so at some point recently, did the police get in touch with you again?
I had to call the police because a few months after the incident happened.
No, not that. So I mean, separate from when the incident happened and you going to the police, I know we're not gonna go into other things, but did you hear from the police throughout the years? Okay. When was the last or the most recent time that you heard from the police in regards to this incident?
October last year.
Okay. And at that point, did you speak to a police officer about this case?
Yes.
And did they show you pictures of individuals that potentially would have been involved in the incident?
They had to have the Texas Ranger around them to have me do the.
Okay, so you mentioned the Texas Ranger. Are you in Michigan now?
No, I'm in Houston.
Okay, so did a police officer come to your location?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in person or over the phone?
In person.
Okay, and, did they show you photographs?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the individual that assaulted you or one of the individuals in that photo lineup?
Yes.
And who were you able to identify? Which individual? Okay. Do you see Nathaniel, in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify, where he is sitting or what he's wearing?
He's wearing the gray uniform, sitting with the gray.
Okay. Judgment, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the, defendant. And thank you. And just for, again, the record for clarity, how did you recognize quote unquote Nate from the photo and today? Where do you know him from?
I know him from that house in that room. And I remember his eyes. How his eyes was, just the way he was looking, I never forget his eyes.
Okay. And, that night on December 16th, did you engage or agree to have any sort of sexual relationship with Nathaniel?
No.
Okay, did you want to have sex with Nathaniel?
In the beginning.
Okay, and then when the sexual intercourse occurred, did you consent to that?
No. I even asked them what they want to have sex with me. And everything.
And lastly, how did this incident impact or affect you since then? Judge, I think it's extremely relevant to her credibility. It goes to the fact as to whether or not this incident happened and whether or not it was consensual.
Doesn't it also go to personal?
Say that again? Oh,
also
and
go
yes,
personal?
exactly, thank you.
Well, I've been having nightmares about it. I was going to therapy at first, when it still first happened, I thought I was fine. And it's like, ever since then, I don't go nowhere. Like, I don't go out with people, I don't make friends easy, I don't trust people. And it took me a real long time to really feel comfortable with even dating with me.
One moment, please. I have no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Good
morning, Ms. Miller. My name is Lauren Anderson. I'm going to ask you some questions. I know I can be a little quiet and a little fast, so if there's anything that I say that you don't understand, just ask me to repeat, okay? I want to go all the way back to when you were first going to the house, okay? And you said the reason that you were going there with Tara was because you were going to a motorcycle club party?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, were you asked to go there to do Bill's hair?
No, I didn't know him to do his hair. I didn't even know they knew I did it.
Okay. And at no point were you going there for any dancing?
No.
Okay. Had you ever been to that house before?
No.
About how far away from your house was this house?
I was walking, I would be about maybe 4 or 5 blocks.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
The house?
Yes.
No.
And have you ever seen any of the people that you've met in that house that night other than Tara?
No.
So not Bill?
No.
Not Nate?
No.
And no one else that was in that upstairs with that?
No, that was my first time meeting you.
Now, I know you said that you went to that house with Tara and 2 boys in a car, right? Now, you hadn't met any of those parents, right?
No.
How are you sure that it was Nate and us that were in that car?
Because Nate was sitting in the front seat with the guy who was driving. Nuts wasn't in the car.
Who was the guy who was driving?
I don't know his name. That was supposed to be Charles or her. Yeah.
Okay. Now you said that you thought you were going on a double date that night. Why did you think you were going on a double date?
prior to us going out, she was telling me, you know, like, we might need somebody, and we were gonna be kicking. But when she called me back, and she confirmed that we were going, she told me that it was gonna be two guys that come pick us up. One was for her, and one was supposed to be the guy that I could talk to.
So Tara and you go to the house with the boys, and then at some point Tara left.
Yeah.
Who did you leave with?
The guy who picked us up.
The guy who you don't know?
Yeah.
Okay. And about how long after you got to the house was it?
I would say about maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, and when was the next time that you saw Tara after she left her?
When I came home from master, she was sitting at my grandma, her table, crying so much, she know that they was gonna be this TV.
Have you ever seen her since then?
I see her once, in like, it was 2016, she was working in the dispensary, and
I'm just gonna object, I don't think this part's relevant. John, I can move on, I just need to know. Okay, and you also said that over the course of time in that room, other people left the room. And then it was just you and Nate and them, right?
yes,
Okay, and then Bill had gone downstairs?
yes.
And from there, you all went out on the balcony, and got home?
It was off of the other bedroom I was there.
Okay.
It was like a little balcony. It looked like towards the backyard of the house.
Okay, so it's on the back side of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're out on that balcony, is it you and Nate or you and Nut?
It was me and Nate.
Okay. Was Nut out there at any point on the balcony?
No, he came while we were out there talking. That's when the door swung open. It was him. He was just standing there at first, and then he closed the door back after he told us that we could come back inside.
Okay. And you said that you and Nate began kissing at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And you began, you said fondling each other?
Yes.
What do you mean by fondling?
He was touching on my butt and like, kind of like a whole, like in a whole, holding me one arm, and he was like touching me on my butt, and we were talking and we were kissing, like making out.
Okay, and on direct examination, you said something about that you and Nate were going to have sex that night.
We were talking about it.
Okay, can you tell me more about that?
We were just talking about, you know, us kicking it outside of that situation we were in, you know, just basically kind of like, hey, that's why we were talking, what we were talking about. He was saying that he was gonna hook up with me after that night, and so that's where we was going with it. I thought that we were gonna be moving towards, you know, being more exclusive with each other.
Okay, was there any discussion of you and him having sex that?
Yes,
Okay, where did that?
on the balcony.
Okay, and that's while you were still kissing and fondling each
Yes.
other? At any point on that balcony, did you and Nate begin to have sex?
No,
Okay. And then at some point, you go back inside, right?
yes,
Into the bedroom?
yes,
And that's where you said you and Nate were up against the wall?
yes,
Okay, continuing to kiss and fondle each other?
yes.
Okay. At any point in that bedroom, did you and Nate have sex with each other?
No,
Okay. So it was not until this attack began that you ended up having sex with me?
he ended up having sex with me.
Okay. So you stated, I just want to go through the order of events just to make sure we're really clear, right? So you're back inside that room and then someone walks in. Who was that person that walked in?
The guy nuts came in first, and then Bill came in behind him.
Okay, and you said that's when you all began tussling with each other?
So I was tussling with Nate and Nuts prior to Bill coming into the room.
Okay, and you said, you told the police that the first punch that was thrown was still walking in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At any point, did he hit you with a bed frame?
No,
Okay.
I didn't see any type of bedroom stuff. Only thing was in that room was a dresser.
Okay. Did he hit you with any kind of object?
No.
Okay. Now at some point, you're hit in the eye, right?
Yes,
Okay. Was it that hit you in the eye?
yeah,
And when you got hit in the eye, you started to have a hard time seeing out of that eye?
yes. I actually, when he hit me in my face, he knocked me into it like the corner of the dresser.
Okay. So
And
you
I
hit,
blacked out.
you blacked out after hitting him?
Yes,
Okay. Now when you came to, you said that Nate was penetrating, right?
yes.
Okay. At what position was your body?
I was like on the floor.
Okay, you were on the floor.
Yes,
Okay. Now I know you mentioned that this was nighttime when you arrived, right? It was after you got off work?
yes.
Okay. Now in that room, you said there's not really a bed or any other furniture, right? Was there a light on it?
The light was on.
Okay. Was it an overhead light, a lamp or something?
No, it was just a regular, you know, regular bedroom light.
Okay. So you were able to see who was doing what?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Nate had vaginally penetrated you, right?
yes,
Okay. And then at some point, he had orally penetrated you as well.
yes,
You also stated that at some point, Nuts had vaginally penetrated you.
yes. He, nuts, it was like, Nate got up, and Bill tried, it's like they were rotating, holding me down and trying to get they would.
Okay. Phil specifically, at any point, did he penetrate you in any way, shape, or form?
He got a chance to get between my legs and sneak it, but I was kicking at this point, I got loose from him, I was able to kick and scratch.
Okay, so no, Phil, he did not penetrate
You couldn't get,
you. Okay. Now, I know at this point you planned on going to a party that night, right?
we were,
Okay. And several people left at some point to go to the liquor store.
no, I don't know where they went, they just left.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police at any point that people were going to the liquor store?
That's where Tara and the guy who she left with was supposed to be going. They were
Okay.
supposed to be going to the store and coming back.
Okay. And I know you and Tara had been hanging out at your house prior to the car pulling up, right?
Yeah,
Okay. At any point, did you have anything to drink?
when we got to the house,
Okay. Do you remember how much you drank?
it was only, I had like a cup with like maybe a quarter of food.
Okay. Okay, yeah, if you remember. I know it's on that.
I want to say this.
Okay. So
It
some kind of
could have
liquor.
been like, it was brown liquor, I'm not exactly sure of what liquor, but I know it was brown.
And you hadn't had any earlier in that day?
No,
At any point that evening, did you do any kind of narcotics or drugs of any kind?
we were smoking, all of us were in there smoking weed.
Okay, about how long had you been smoking weed?
I went about maybe 20 minutes.
Prior to you going outside with Nate?
Yes.
Okay. 1 month. Does anyone have further questions?
Can you redirect?
No, that's, thank you.
Now, did I hear you say that this was part of a motorcycle club?
No, we were supposed to be going to a motorcycle club, but when we got to before we got to the house that they took me to, she told me, girl Tara told me that it wasn't open, like it was like supposed to be like after hours.
What motorcycle club is that?
Basically, I think they were going to use it.
New Force?
Yeah, New Force. I never been with this person, I don't know if I'm saying the right thing. I'm not supposed to.
Any questions, based on my question?
No, Judge. No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss. Any other witnesses for the people?
Judge, no witnesses, but I do have, a couple of exhibits I would like to admit under, MCL 766.11B. They include, and these have been shared with defense counsel, they include, people's proposed exhibit number 1, which is, the lab report authored, and so I guess, Judge, I don't know if you would like me to read, the aspects of the lab report. Wonderful, okay, thank you. So, this lab report is, the lab number is KIT 15-20391. And it is dated on June 19th, 2015. It is authored by forensic scientist Jennifer Morgan from the Michigan State Police. And it does indicate that, the vaginal swamp sperm fraction was entered into the casework database for CODIS, and that was done actually because the lab that's associated with it is the Sorensen Forensics Lab number, that is SF013097. At the time, the labs or the kits were outsourced, and so Jennifer Morgan authored her report based on the fact that the Sorensen forensics lab report indicates that a complete DNA profile that is attributable to an unknown male number 1 is suitable for comparison was obtained from the vaginal swab sperm fraction. And that again was done from Ebony Rhodes' sexual assault kit that was collected. So that was then submitted, and number 2, record number 2 for again kit number 15-20391, authored by a Joshua Strong, forensic scientist from the Michigan State Police, indicated that based on the DNA profile from lab number 1, that was eligible for a CODIS database run, that specimen belonged to an individual identified in the CODIS database as Nathaniel Carlton. And so those are labs number 1 and 2. And then people's proposed exhibit number 3 is a certified copy of the complainant's medical records, specifically identifying the fact that she did have an orbital wall fracture, as well as significant other injuries that are noted in the medical record.
Yes, Judge, I have no objection for example purposes only.
And do you need to see this man approach?
Yes. Thank you. Anything else from the people?
Nothing else from the people, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Yes, Judge, we will call the officer in charge of this case.
Sir, please give your name, spell to the court.
R-O-N.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ready.
Is it Detective or Officer Beggs?
Detective.
Detective Beggs, you interviewed Mr. Carlton in this case, correct? He spoke with you voluntarily? Yes. Willingly? Yes. And that was, after he was already under arrest? Yes. That was in the Detroit Detention Center?
Yes.
You had read his rights? Yes. He appeared to fully understand his rights?
Yes.
And you began, your interrogation of him by asking about some family members he may have, right?
Yes. Sorry, I'm just gonna object and remind counsel that this is, should not be
I'm not going to ask him anything about anything that,
No.
I understand he's not going to get on it.
just that this is on direct examination, not cross, so the questions should be more open-ended, than they are.
No lead.
Yes, no lead. I couldn't think of the word, thank you.
Okay, so talk to me a little bit about how you would begin an interrogation.
Well, there's another detective with me. We take down Mr. Carlton, who's on handcuffed. We start with this biographical background information that I believe you're referencing, just to learn family members, education level, tattoos, so on and so forth. Then we provide an advice or rights form, which I read verbatim. He stated he understood it, initially each of the rights and signed it.
And after getting through some basic biographical information, did you at any point bring up the address?
I know for sure I brought up Hazel Street. I don't know that I brought up the exact address.
Okay. And what was Mr. Carlton's response or reaction, like when you brought up an address on Hazel Street?
He responded, oh, so that's what this is.
I'm gonna duck to your state.
Not on the third party.
Was Mr. Carlton open to speaking to you about this incident without talking what he said?
Yes.
Okay. Based on everything that Mr. Carlton told you, did you offer him a lie detector test at any point?
I asked him if he'd be willing to take it.
Okay. Was he willing to take one?
Yes.
And at any point, did he actually get to take that test, as far as you know?
No.
Okay. Now, part of your job as an officer in charge is to keep progress notes as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And also part of your job as officer in charge is sometimes you go and talk to the plaintiff in a case to clarify any discrepancies as well, right?
Yes.
Was there any point in this investigation where you took note of discrepancies that you saw in Ms. Muller's story with the notes from the previous investigation?
I believe there were one, maybe two times, maybe more, that I spoke to her just to clarify information or my understanding of the case facts.
Okay. Was one of those times in April of 2023?
I don't have my case report, my case notes in front of me, so I don't know if it's the dates.
When reviewing your case notes, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Judge Mayer.
Right.
Officer, you just take a look at that. Detective, in April of 2023, what were the major discrepancies that you noted in your case file? Or the discrepancies that you noted in your case file? I know, I just took the sheet away.
Yeah, you took the sheet away from me. It's hard without it actually me seeing it in my hand telling you, because there were a few different areas I addressed.
Judge, may I reapproach you?
Okay. I'll try my best to remember.
Okay, so Detective, was there any kind of discrepancy that you noted about whether Nate and Ms. Miller went into the bedroom alone, or if Bill told them to go into the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a discrepancy about Nate touching her breast and then striking her versus all the men at once?
Yes.
Was there a discrepancy about penetration occurring during the attack and then later on in those in the interview, we noted that that wasn't documented anywhere?
Yes.
Now you also followed up again with Ms.
Miller in June of 2023 as well, right?
If my case notes reflect.
Okay. And during that time that you spoke with Ms. Miller, you were reviewing her discussion with you as it compared to the medical records, right? Part of your job is OIC. Did you receive medical records in this case?
Yes.
One of the differences in your investigation of this case that you noted is whether there were 4 men involved in this attack or 3, right?
Yes.
Did you also find out a discrepancy in whether or not Ms. Rhodes lost consciousness during the attack?
Yes.
And did you find any discrepancy about whether or not there had been oral penetration?
Yes.
Now, part of your investigation also is to try to find witnesses, right?
Yes.
Aside from Ms. Miller Rhodes herself, were you able to actually locate any of the witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Who were you able to locate?
I spoke to Trina, I believe, for this, and Ms. Cunningham.
Okay. Were you ever at any point able to locate Tara?
No.
Okay. Were you ever at any point able to locate Bill?
No.
Were you ever at any point able to locate none?
No.
Judge, no further questions.
Who's the last name?
None.
None.
Yes.
Can you rewrite?
Just very quickly.
I'm sorry.
Yes, did you make attempts to locate those individuals, or have you been making attempts to locate those individuals, including Tara, Bill, and, Nuts?
Yes, Tara in particular. Just recently I learned more information about Bill and Nuts.
Okay, and that information you learned from who?
Related to Bill and Nuts?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Carter.
Okay. And some of the discrepancies that are noted in the report, you weren't present during the original interview with Ms. Miller, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you had conversations with Ms. Miller about those discrepancies, you then still submitted the warrant to the prosecutor's office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
You rewrite?
No, no.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Anything else for the defense?
No, you're on.
Thank you.
No, Judge, anything else? Argument? Okay, yes, Judge. The people request to have both counts 1 and counts 2 found over based on the probable cause standard. I believe that the complainant's testimony from Ebony Miller satisfied the elements for criminal sexual conduct in the first degree for both counts 1 and counts 2 in regards to penis to the general opening and fellatio. In addition, the personal injury element was also satisfied, not only physical personal injury that she testified to, but also at length as in the medical report that was submitted, as well as the mental anguish that she's experienced throughout the years. There are, I think in a case like this, significant, or specifically because this is from 1999, the memory or concerns about discrepancies were raised. I think if they are even important or relevant, will be issues for a matter of, or for a trier of fact, not for probable cause standard. And I don't think anything she said showed that she was not credible or incredible to the standard that would be required.
Your Honor, for the record, I know the prosecutor just said that a medical report was submitted. I believe only the DNA lab report was submitted. I don't think the medical report was correct.
No, I did that as well. I didn't read fully on it.
Okay. Your Honor, we would object to the bind over. I really understand that the level of proof that is required for a bind over is low. There is the requirement that the fact finder also have to look at credibility. There are very significant discrepancies that were noted both in April 23 and June of 23 by the officer in charge, because there is no kind of written report from this individual back in 1999. We do have to look at those discrepancies that are noted by the officer in charge for the purpose of judging credibility.
The only time we actually have any kind of testimony or report is unfortunately today, 24 years later. It is very significant that someone would tell a doctor who is sitting there hours after this incident that there were 4 men versus now 3 men. That is a very significant difference, and that was obviously closer in time than we are now today, 24 years later. It's also very significant that it would be noted by that doctor who's sitting there asking her whether or not she lost consciousness, that 24 years ago she said no, versus now saying that she blacked out. It's also extremely significant that at the time she denied any kind of oral or anal penetration to the doctors, and now she's saying that there was anal penetration to 2 people. Those are significant differences. Additionally, we rely on the police to actually write down what somebody says at the time, and especially important 24 years later. In comparing the reports between this year and back in 1999, it's important to know whether or not somebody went in the room with just one person, Mr. Carlton, who's here having to defend himself 24 years later, or somebody else who the police have never been actually able to locate or bring in to talk to them. It's also very significant whether there was some kind of sexual encounter followed by an attack versus this all happening at one time, Judge. Because of those differences, I do think they should be taken into consideration for purposes of a bind over, and I would object.
Anything else?
No.
All right, so as it relates to the witness, Anthony Miller, this court does not find anything inherently incredible about that witness's testimony, particularly since this allegedly took place so long ago. When we have situations like that, we find detail, those things can be blurred. But the fact that she says that she was involved with the defendant to a degree, and up to a point, everything was consensual until other people came into the picture and they said, you don't have to do all of this. She's very specific as to those things that were very important, those things that were so invasive to her. I doubt very seriously that the woman would come to testify to those very personal things that happened to her, when she was violated and in what manner in which she was. Backed up by medical reports, it indicates that she had something around something with the eye. She had broken bones around her eye. She most certainly got hit. That is uncontroversial. That is not something that is inconsistent, nor is the fact that there was some sexual contact that took place there. We have her testimony backed up by laboratory reports that did in fact happen. So there was some inconsistencies regarding the minor details as to what happened. She remembers those things that were very important. This court again finds that there was nothing very incredible about what this witness had to say. Court finding that people have met their burden, probably cause for violence and over to Wayne County Federal Circuit Court criminal division for the proceedings. This is arraignment on the information date and time will be August 18, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. I have your exhibits.
Yes, please.
We are going to break the lunch until 1.
And Judge, may I ask that you sign this order for counseling and testing for deceased infection that we are now required to?
Yes. Great.
Paperwork.
I'm not sure if she's watching or not, but I'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Gloria Howard, a very dear and dear friend of mine who has known me ever since I've known myself. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, sorry, like, I didn't know where it was before. I'm like, go up to the name. Okay.
Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you, you too. Hey, Mike. How are you? Good. Hey, Mike. You all right? Thank you.
Judge.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
You cool. You cool. You cool. I said, it's good, you cool. Yeah. Yes, sir, you don't.
Oh, Ronnie looking out for cash.
I know, you. Hey, Anita, how you doing?
Yeah, right.
Is your birthday?
No.
I see flowers, that's what I was wondering.
YouTubers.
Okay, okay.
Bless me with the phone.
All right, take care.
I just walked in.
Like my flowers.
Yeah, so you two appreciate you, huh?
Yeah, that's nice.
I never realized you must have a big following. They come from California.
Yeah, all over.
Wow,
They got some people in the UK.
really? Shoot, he gonna need his own TV show.
Fatal attraction. So, on fatal attraction,
Uh-huh.
that one, the ones that analyzes criminal cases.
He's on there a lot? Really? I didn't realize that.
Did he tell you a movie?
No. Didn't shoot. All this man.
Question, what day of the week do you do your homestead exams?
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
We have a PCC coming up next week. And, I'll have to schedule the exams. You guys aren't going to far out, right? So pretty easy. Quick turnaround.
And under some emergency circumstances, you need another day of the week. I'm not there for accommodation. But typically, our homicides are Tuesdays and Thursdays. If we need Monday or Wednesday or Friday. I just need to try. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
It's fun. Right.
Someone commandeered your hat.
Oh,
They
really?
say it was so cool.
They want to put their life in danger? All right, with me. Judge,
Yes.
I'm very sorry, but I need just a moment to show him something we discovered. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's what I told
Take your time, it's only Friday afternoon.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, so. Okay.
No. That was first.
It was deputies working over there. Yeah, it was still. Yeah, so I was still, that's the example here. And after I actually got hired on, I think that's the time that they converted to doing exams at third circuit. And then, so none of the, fine. Yeah, so we did trial, exam, everything. then I don't remember what year it was, they brought it back over here in 2018. So they brought it back over here. No, you couldn't. So when I interned, they were here. Then I hired on in 2014. Yes, 2014, and then they started moving over there. That year, 2018. And then, yeah, not long after. So, but yeah, they. But when I interned, I didn't say it was always Liz, I think Ryan just. I don't remember spending years. Over to policy, back to the. Yeah. That's. Yeah. No, he retired and then he ran. I don't know, but he ran. Well, he like different. And she was working in between the two. The husband remote to work out. Yeah, he was really and then he didn't think we saw me very much, but there was a lot of things like he was trying to also do everything. I'm just scared, you know, whatever, but then it was I don't know but
What's going on?
yeah, so I knew
They say it's 20%. Man, she was talking to me, she said that. She said she just can't. One time. I just put down. I was here.
yeah, I know.
It would have been nice if it could have before the rain. In Detroit, it was raining about 5. Out there, it's gonna come early about 4. I started to go, but then I said, I'm staying. Them customers ain't going. It's gonna rain. I can read this. Only day it don't show rain is Sunday. Yeah. I don't know. Brown, wait. Okay. There's something about the game.
Talking about the game?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I ain't
All I says Lions beat Kansas City first game of the season.
Yeah.
The whole town will go down and say.
Right. Yeah, right. And then they're gonna let us.
Yep, might not win another game.
Right. Might not be a good thing if they win Kansas City. Ernie, you doing all right? Some nice flowers. Yeah. Yeah, that's so. But I just wanted to. We're gonna redo it once I'm happy. I know, because of it's me and one other person.
No, I know.
I have 6
No, I actually don't know. I'm not. I don't know. Morning.
Oh, hold on one moment.
All right. Justice Gibson. Calling case 2355822, people of the state of Michigan versus Justice DeJuan Gibson. Defendant is charged at count 1, armed robbery. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, unless to murder or by strangulation. Count 4, interfering with electronic communications causing injury or death. Count 5, felony firearm. Count 6, felony firearm. Count 7, felony firearm. Answers for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P 78815.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please support. My name is Mark Brown. My PIN number is 39562. I appear on behalf of Mr. Justin Gibson. Stands to my left. Mr. Gibson, state your name for the sir.
Justin DeJuan Gibson.
This daytime set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Today is the daytime set. I'd also like to indicate that Mr. Gibson's attorney of record is Ben Yannick. Do I have your permission to stand in Mr. Yannick today, Mr. Gibson?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will say that the people are ready to proceed. The victim is present. Sorry, I was distracted. The victim is present today, but I do believe that the defendant will be waiving his exam. And at that time, the people would be moving to dismiss counts 5, 6, and 7 and bind over at counts 1 through 4.
Okay, let me, I had a conversation back was back with Mr. Gibson, we talked for a while, didn't we, Mr. Gibson? I tried to explain to him his rights with regard to preliminary examination. You understand what that is about. I also explained to him that at this point, only at this point, the prosecutor is willing to dismiss the felony firearm counts which require mandatory imprisonment. Did I tell you that? Okay. And so I suggested to him that he should waive the examination. Did I suggest that to you? And I also asked that he should, we have a plain witness there, or is that something you want to do?
You want to call the plain witness in now?
Yeah, I just wanted to be so he knows that he's here. It's not like he's not here.
Okay, sure,
He's here.
that's what we're asking. Yeah, that's all. I know, I understand. Take it, so.
And if I may go on. So also, Mr. Gibson wants me to ask for dismissal of the charges. I explained to him that charges would not be dismissed if we had a preliminary examination, but if we have a preliminary examination, actually might not be in the same position in terms of dismissal of the felony firearm. Did I explain it to you?
Yeah, well, I was asking for dismissal because he was stating that he's gonna let me go home, come back home, and trying to get dismissal and go home today.
Okay, then let me explain that. I explained to you, didn't I, that I can't say you're going home. Prosecutor can't say you're going home. None of these people with guns can say you're going home. The only person who can say something about that today is Judge King. Judge King would say, you have to read what I read to you. I read some things to you in that police report, didn't I?
Yeah, some of it was.
That's right. And if there's a mistake, explain something to you. I'm interrupting you, but I apologize. I want to be disrespectful. What I said to you is that if there are questions, like somebody says something that maybe they want to change, or somebody says something that may not be true or something, you still go on the frame record. You're still going. And if that means that the judge, based upon the charges in this case, I'm not arguing against or for a bond. I'm saying this to say to him so he understands that the exercise in futility. In other words, you may be going against yourself to hold the exam to preserve a record. You don't want to do that. You gotta say it loud so she can't hear you.
A little louder, sir. I can't hear you either.
I'll say I have enough on hand where that if he said it's time to come home, it's time to come home, and it's no charges brought against me because I didn't do any charges. Now we go above that, that'd be just wasting taxpayers' money. And going, so that's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me try. All right, so today is not a trial. Today is what we call a preliminary examination, whereby it looks like a trial because the prosecution is going to call witnesses and understand that the standard of proof here is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to just show that more likely or not a crime was committed in the city of Detroit, and that it's more likely or not that you committed that crime. So they're going to call a witness to come forth and testify. You don't even get an opportunity to testify at this hearing. If it gets to trial, you'll have that opportunity, but not right now. So you're charged with armed robbery, unlawful imprisonment, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, interfering with electronic communications causing injury or death, and then 3 counts of felony firearm. Now, those 3 counts of felony firearm carry a mandatory 2 years in prison. Okay? The prosecutor is saying right now that if you were to waive the preliminary examination, they're going to dismiss those 3 counts of felony firearm, and you're not going to be exposed or face those charges that could put you in prison for 2 years. Okay? That may not be the case if you hold the preliminary examination and I hear evidence that there was a gun involved in one of these crimes. And then you get bound over to Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, which is our Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court. And from that point on, you get arraigned on the information, which means you're told what you're formally charged with. And then you either schedule for trial or entertain plea negotiations that might be available to you at that time. So your attorney is suggesting that you waive the preliminary examination so that those felony firearm charges can be dismissed and you not expose yourself to 2 years in prison. Now, it's totally up to you as to what you want to do. We can hold the preliminary examination and hear from the people's witnesses. your attorney will have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses or question those witnesses about what it is they're talking about. But at the end of the day, I decide if there's enough proof for you to stand trial on these charges. And if I find that there is, then I bind it over to circuit court, and you get arraigned on the information, and then you either schedule for trial or entertain plea negotiations. By waiving your preliminary examination, we don't hear from any witnesses. Those 3 felony firearm charges get dismissed, and you proceed over to Third Circuit Court on these other charges that remain. You'll still either schedule for trial or entertain the plea negotiations that may be available to you. Did any of what I said make sense?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about anything I said?
No.
Do you want to follow your attorney's advice and waive the preliminary examination, or do you want to hold the preliminary examination and hear from witnesses?
I like, see, I want all the charges dismissed. Go ahead and dismiss the first 3, the last 3 are, and.
Well, my understanding is they're not going to dismiss those unless you're waiving the preliminary examination. If you want to hold the preliminary examination, then I'm going to hear evidence regarding those 3 charges as well. And you may very well get bound over on those charges. I don't know. It depends on what I hear.
I made the advice too. I told you, you want to go with the advice I gave you? Yes. Okay, we're gonna waive the examination. You understand that you could have, what the judge said, you could have a hearing where you would have to have witnesses could come in and where the witness would come in and testify. You're not gonna have that here. And then that means the record is not preserved, it's not on a transcript that they can use later on, none of that. But the felony firearm charges, which are required mandatory, do not pass, go not $200, go to jail for 2 years flat. They're gonna be dismissed, those charges. Okay? Does that make sense? And then I'll let you speak. That's all. They said, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right, thank you, sir. You put your hand up. Now, you understand you have a right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving your right to a preliminary examination, that means you won't have one. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary exam?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution will have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably cause for the believe you committed. You understand that?
Yeah.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we stated on the record?
Yeah, somebody did say something.
What they said?
The sales going on.
Who told you that?
He said.
Who is he?
Ben. He said if my godfather stating that I can come back home and I'm very straight and I can come back home. Only thing that was said was wrong was that I said I was going to do something to him. And I didn't say that. I said,
okay, we don't want to talk about the case right now, okay? There'll be a time and a place for that, but not right now. Okay. I just want to know if there's been any promises made to you that make you want to waive your preliminary examination. Are there?
No.
Are you waiving your preliminary examination freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objections from the people?
No, Your
The
Honor.
court
And at
finds-
this time, the people would be dismissing, counts 5 through 7.
All right. The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information taken time will be. Are we addressing bond?
Yes, I'd like to.
All right. The court is dismissing counts 5, 6, and 7. As to bond, Mr. Brown.
What is this current bond?
You got the bond.
anybody know what his bond is?
50,000, 10%.
50,000.
Yes, we'd like a reduction in that bond, perhaps with a temporary provision. Mr. McDonald is here, he's a complaining witness. I asked for him to be brought in because my client has indicated, the thing about he wants him to come home, I understand, but I want to make sure that we have this discussion so he understands who has the right to say what. The court decides what your bond will be, but he can consider things like what the complainant witness thinks about whether he's staying to the public. I'm sure the prosecutors argue those things, and the nature of the charges, which are serious charges. So that's what people.
Your Honor, I do believe that there is a no contact provision that is part of the bond, and the complainant is the victim's, or the complainant is the defendant's godfather and someone that has taken care of him for a long time. But I do not think that the bond is unreasonable in this case at 50,000, 10%. Even with the dismissal of the felony firearm counts, there's still an unarmed robbery and unlawful imprisonment, which are serious felonies, along with the assault and whatnot. I think that the bond is reasonable at this time, but given my conversation that I have had with the complainant, who is here if the court would like to talk to him at any point, I would ask to remove the no contact provision. He has indicated that he does wish to be able to speak to him while he's in custody or whatnot, and going forward after a resolution in this case, if there is one. And I believe that it would be important to maintain the bond at where it is, because there is some sort of mention of mental health issues that the defendant may have, and having him be released out on bond, not living with the complainant because he won't be able to stay there at this point.
You're asking to remove the no contact, so why would you be able to?
Well, I don't know that he's going to let him stay there, but to be able to talk to him on the phone would be something different. And so I think that allowing them to be able to contact each other in the jail and have phone conversations, or for the victim to be able to visit him while he's in a safe environment, is something different than having the defendant released to go live with the victim.
Tell me your name, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't have you guys slide down and have Mr. Little step up to the podium so I can hear you. Oh, right here. Yes, sir. So you are the complaining witness in this matter, is that right? What's your relationship to the All right. So how do you feel about the defendant being released out on bond?
I thought he went somewhere like a rehab place, for make sure he's okay and won't be out in the street doing the same things he's doing before.
What kind of things was that?
Drugs.
Drugs?
And as an armed robber thing, I'd like to be clear that by now, he the one brought him to my house. He's not the one that robbed.
I get it. But you understand that as it relates to the law, any amount of aid or encouragement when there's another condition of the crime. Okay,
I just want to make sure.
Okay, I get it. Thank you for putting things in perspective for me. All right, so. You don't want him to necessarily stay with you. Was he staying with you beforehand?
Yes, he was.
You don't want him to come back to us, is that right?
Long as he with treatment.
Long as you see truth.
But I can't afford his bond either.
If you could afford it, would you want to? He's smiling. Smile, swinging.
Well, I'm saying,
Quite a charmer over there, I see. Sorry, what you say?
would he be the man to get treated if he came home with me?
Would he be what?
Man, would he have to, would he?
Required to get treatment.
required to get treatment.
Is that something I can order? How do I facilitate that? Treatment where, how's it gonna be paid for? Who's gonna do
Well, we had one he was going to before, team wellness.
it? With the team numbers?
Yeah.
Who was your caseworker?
Ms. Brown.
Which one did you go to?
One on Boulevard, West Grand Boulevard. The wellness group.
So team wellness on West Grand
Yeah,
Boulevard.
right across the street from the police station. On the corner.
That's not team wellness.
Yeah, that's one of the places.
That's not what you're talking about. That's not team wellness. Team wellness is over there in Eastern Market. Eastern Market.
Yeah, I went to that one too.
Sorry?
I was just saying the one that was closest to where we're staying.
Could you make sure that Eastern Market?
I think that, Your Honor, the way that it's been done previously and in situations like this, it's something that has been brought up in plea negotiation possibilities with Mr. Gonick. Also as far as treatment, but the way it's been done before for bond purposes, it has been to tether the individual to a specific location. That way they aren't free to leave that location and they actually have to stay there for the treatment.
I said that too. Just get it on record.
All right, so apparently you were at team wellness, your matter has been closed for some period of time. But I can require that you treat therapists there and take your medications. If you don't, it's not leaves to the next judge. But you can jail if you are not compliant. So it's vitally important that you take the medicine that they give you, that you meet therapists on a regular basis. You still? Yeah. So they have a residential program, but their residential program isn't that great.
I've been in a residential program.
I mean, it's not that great.
Not through no court system, through family passing. And it's not great.
No, it's not good.
I usually work with there's somebody at the probation department, through, that does the pre-sentence investigation reports on fees and whatnot. I usually work with somebody over there and they indicate to me, who has beds available at this time and, where a male or a female would be better suited or someone who
Okay,
has.
so I'm not gonna follow this case. Ms. Rozek is. If she finds out that you're not doing what you're supposed to do, I'm sure she's not gonna hesitate to have you locked up, because you're not gonna embarrass me, okay? Okay. I don't want you causing any harm to anybody, not to say you would, you wouldn't do that. would you?
No. I got kids. I'd like to take care of myself.
No unprescribed drugs, got it?
Yes, sir.
None, not even marijuana.
Okay.
Hear me?
Yes.
Agreed?
Agreed.
All right, so all that being said, I'm going to use the funds $5,000 personal. Caveat that he treats with team wellness, that he meets with a therapist, and take all prescribed medications. Anything else, Ms. Rosa?
Would there be a GPS tether imposed, and would he be being released to Mr. McMillan?
He
released
me to Mr. McMillan.
Well,
Yes. I'm not gonna tell him, so he just.
So I think that having a tether with house arrest to Mr. McMillan's house with the, ability to leave to meet with attorneys and, medical treatment only is what I would feel.
You okay with that, Mr. Burr?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, so you're gonna be on house arrest, that means that the house is gonna be your jail. You're gonna only be able to leave to meet with the therapist or to meet with Mr. Brown or your attorney, Mr. Guy, or whoever.
Okay.
Not the drug house.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes.
All right. Jan, please, sir, if there's any issue whatsoever, let somebody know.
And it will be a GPS tether, so even if Mr. McMillan doesn't let us know, I'll find out right away.
GPS tell the house arrest. I need a bond reduction. I'll fill it. His ranking on the information, the date and time will be August 25th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
All right.
Yeah, was that it down? Beach Day.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Be safe.
Is this the last one for the day?
Yes. Once again, I'd like to wish a very special birthday, happy birthday to Gloria Howard. Happy birthday. God bless and enjoy. That concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you Monday, same bat station, same bat time. Have a good weekend. I didn't see it. Same bat station, same bat time.
What happened to